Alright, today's gonna be a particularly good day. I have some good news. Alright, let me just make sure everything's working. Should be fine. Okay, welcome back to another Kirby and the Forgotten Land stream. We were like halfway through like the volcano area last time. Grab a coffee power really quick before we head out. Get ourselves back out there. Yeah, there's a console update before that happened between this stream and the last stream, I guess. So I didn't realize until like a couple minutes before I started streaming. But it was quick at least. Did that rock just kind of like pop out a little bit? Wait, hidden stuff? Yes. More hidden stuff? A whole challenge I didn't notice before. Well, now we gotta do that. Oh, Meta Knight Sword treasure. Big. Oh, 3 stars, of course. Really excited to get back into this game again. It's like this is the Kirby game we've all been waiting for. I didn't know the Meta Knight Sword had like Master Sword-like properties. Full health? Congratulations, your sword is a laser. Oh no. Oh, I should have been spin attacking these ones. Please tell me you don't have to do like damage lists to get through here. Wow, this is probably the most enemies the game's thrown at me. Oh, boss fight. Like focusing so hard. Just barely got him. Amazing. That was not too far off of the target time either. Nice. Any other secrets I missed around here? I feel like if you just like follow along like the features of like the map, eventually just find random stuff. Like that. Or that. Alright, we gotta go back to the fire area. Oh, this one's still locked. What was that again? Oh, yeah, the upgrade for the needle copy power. Cone mouth treasure. Of course. Can we beat the cone bee challenge? I don't know how we're supposed to avoid damage there. Didn't quite jump in time. I forget how you like jump really far there. Probably should have said at the start of the stream, hope everyone had a happy, if you celebrated any holiday over the last 3 days. Or if you didn't have, or if you didn't. Happy, whatever happened over the last 3 days. But yeah, good news. So, apparently there's a leak out there. The dramatic music, perfect timing. Apparently, I don't know if it's true or not, but they might be bringing Game Boy, Game Boy Color, and Game Boy Advance games to the Switch. There's apparently a leak that they're working on, like as part of the Switch Online service. They're gonna make it so you can start playing like Game Boy games of all varieties on the Switch, which is huge if true. Now, whether or not they're gonna put that behind like the premium subscription or whatever, I don't know that yet. I really hope they don't. I would like to believe that they learned their lesson with the whole backlash from the N64 situation. I feel like it makes more sense for them to make the Game Boy games part of the regular subscription. If they have, you know, NES and Super Nintendo stuff. But yeah, apparently that's a thing that is likely going to be happening very soon. Gathering of the Beast Council. Oh boy. What are we in for this time? That's why I brought my blaster. Quick, distract the guards. If I distract the guards, I mean shoot the guards. Oh, they're framing this up to be a boss battle. Look at all that. So we meet again. Oh, that does a lot more than I thought it would. Instantly phase 2. Easy. Rip. Well, that was a fast boss fight. Is there like a time challenge here? Oh yes, there is. It's been a couple days since I played this game last, so feels like my handle of the controls is still good. Alright, we got him in time. Retry? Why would I do that? A winner is you. That looks like that could hurt if you come in contact with it, but I'm not convinced. Nope. I had to actually check it. That's a cool texture, though. Secret figurine. Okay, so what abilities do we have here? So this is like a boss rush level. Oh, it's this guy again. Great. Can I just, like, hit him with this from a distance? I guess he's invulnerable until you get close. Let's see if we can make this boss fight go really quick too. I guess he's too quick, so he moves out of that damage range. Yeah. There was no way I was gonna get out of that in time. Where's my coffee? Oh, there it is. I feel like if you do this right, with like the best timing, you could probably just burn through bosses like crazy. That was pretty quick. I feel like it could have been faster, but that was still pretty quick. I can't believe I was having trouble with that guy last time. Defeat him in 1 minute and 30 seconds. That was like under 30 seconds. Oh, I shouldn't have jumped there. Oh, you actually are supposed to go down here. Amazing. So anyway, it started blasting. I'm gonna keep making that meme because I think it's funny. So we meet again. This could be a really good coffee power for her, actually. Oh, she's going straight to the angry phase? Yeah, just stay in one spot. Wait, where'd my coffee power go? Are you kidding me? Okay. I'm doing this the old-fashioned way, I guess. Come down here. Got him. If they throw another boss at us, they'll give us another coffee power, I'm sure. But what if we need one before then? Yeah, I'm gonna grab that again. I don't know how I lost that coffee power there. This has to be my favorite of the mouthful modes. Look at him. Bonk. Bonk. Do you have to hit all the switches? I'm assuming there's something extra if you hit all the switches. The Nintendo switches. Oh, I think we got them all. Bonk. Okay, so I guess that's just straight up the end of the stage then. That's a cool level though. There's definitely something over here. Weird. Secret passage. You gotta love that about the Kirby levels. So much depth. Alright, we gotta go rescue our mint green chinchilla. I remember now. Oh, was that part 2 of this stage? Gathering of the Beast Council. Space Ranger treasure. Yeah, I wonder what games they're going to include if they do decide to go with the whole Game Boy games on the Switch thing. So obviously that's pretty huge. There's part of me that's like kind of worried that it's like, oh, they waited just long enough after the support ended for like the 3DS eShop or something. No, I mean, in general, I think just giving people more ways to play, like the games that they want to play. Like, having more options is never a bad thing, generally. So ultimately, I do think it's a good thing for Nintendo to do that. Yeah, I was saying that was pretty fast, but that could have been a lot faster. I'm gonna assume that the leak is true. They'll probably be part of like a direct or something, and then they'll just tell us, oh, available today. Whenever it happens. That's how I imagine things going down. The Beast Pack's final stand. They've amassed an army. Never knew it hit him. Some pretty crazy camera stuff going on here. Oh, I guess we're going this way. This setting does not feel like something from a Kirby game. Yeah, this is insane. Better start blasting. They are approaching quickly. Also, I don't know why the frame rate is just like two frames a second. Why was there a recycle bin with a floating thing of corn in it? I'm gonna ignore that. There's sometimes questions that you don't want the answer to. What? These are some very synchronized volcanic eruptions. Eat the forklift. It's the only way. Surely they are not keeping our Chinchilla down here. It's a little spicy there. Climb. Ah. Gotta use the lift. Do they usually have, like, directs in May? I'm just wondering when they're going to announce that, the whole Game Boy situation on the Switch. I mean, I'm sure they know that there's been a leak. Like, if I know, surely they know. I think you need the water to beat this guy. Oh, I was just saying a little bit ago that there's a leak that apparently there may be Game Boy Color, and Game Boy Advance games coming to the Switch. Kind of like how you can play like the NES games and the Super Nintendo games and stuff. There was like a leak from someone who allegedly, I think they were working on it. Yeah, I think we need the hose to... We need water to beat this guy. Yeah, apparently that's on its way. I don't know when they would do it, though. Because, like I was saying, I think that's one of those things that they'll probably announce on a Direct randomly one day. And they'll be like, oh, available later today. I feel like they do generally tend to have, like, I'm sure they'll have a Direct in the summer at least. But if they have one in May, they probably will address that. I mean, if the cat's already out of the bag, so to speak. I mean, I feel like obviously they're gonna put like some of the older Pokemon games. Like those are like necessary for any Game Boy library. And probably that one Mario game that was for... Oh, what was it for? It was for either the original Game Boy or Game Boy Color. I feel like those are obvious choices. Tetris is probably also a safe bet. Yeah, they would, actually. Good thinking. Trying to think what other big series are like, you know, must-haves for like the Game Boys. True. That'd be really cool because I haven't played those Zelda games either. Like, I played Minish Cap on stream for the first time, but I never played Oracle of Seasons or Oracle of Ages. So, if they did that, I'd almost certainly play that on stream. I don't know, there's a lot of choices there. There were a lot of Game Boy Advance games, especially. Okay, I see what we gotta do here. You can't actually jump over. Well, yeah, there were Fire Emblem games for that, weren't there? I've never actually played a Fire Emblem game. Mainly because, like, they used to be, like, mainly Japan only. Yeah, Advance Wars would be good. There's a lot of choices there. Probably Metroid Fusion? I don't think that they would do like the red and blue mystery teams, since they did a remake of those for the Switch. They'd probably want you to just buy the remake instead. Must tear down poster. Is there any part of the guardrail I can... Oh, I gotta shoot it from way over here. Oh, there's an invisible wall. What? Oh, no. No invisible wall can stop me. Except for all the ones that can. Sonic getting an attitude there. More just random gas containers lying around for some reason. What were they doing in this volcano? I should have just jumped out of the way. I wonder how long it's going to be before we actually see like a DS virtual console. Like original like DS games. Oh, this is a big room. That usually means boss fight. Snipe these turtles remotely. Take him out. Oh, I think we actually need to come back with something. Yeah, this looks like it breaks. I think we gotta get like an ability to like, probably the cone ability, or the whole cone bee, so we can drain all the water out. It's the Florida room. You can tell because of all the alligators. Remove by Beast Base. This is the Beast Base, apparently. Oh, we're gonna smash through the wall with the boat. I just realized. That's the plan here. Nice. Good try. I do have other good news, though. Wait, is this like the start of the game? Or the start of the area? Interesting. So... I haven't set it up yet, but I did get an upgrade for my microphone that I'm pretty happy about. Because the microphone I have now is just like some generic one from Amazon that you can't even find anymore. From like one of those like fake like Chinese brands that like, you know, it's just like a bunch of random letters. But yeah, I actually got a decent microphone, so I'm probably gonna have that set up for next stream. I'm pretty happy about that. Hopefully that means I won't have to, like, readjust the microphone every time I get ready to stream, because it's like that's like an issue I've been having with this one, which is why my audio quality I'm sure it's been like inconsistent. It's like some days my stream recordings sound good, but then other days where it's not so much. Hopefully that'll make things more consistent. I didn't know that turtle could spit fire and rocks. This is like the one game where random wildlife is actually the enemy. Kirby's like anti-Sonic in this game. Come back. Okay, managed to rescue that ability there. We gotta come back there with a cone, I think. Oh, there's the cone. They're just like, I didn't see one. Yeah, slowly but surely trying to, like, increase the quality of everything. At some point I need to make the switch over to, like, stream elements instead. Oh, I'm not actually supposed to be getting that cone down. I'm supposed to be grabbing the other cone over here. That explains it. Yeah, I think I've mentioned it before, like the game I'm working on. I'm almost at the point where the code's like pretty much done for that. So pretty soon here I'll be able to put a lot more time into like making YouTube videos and stuff. I'm hoping to get like way more into that sort of thing this summer. Yeah, I've been working on that with a few friends for like, I guess if we're gonna include like the time that we started working on it, like it's getting close to like 3 years now. But yeah, I've got pretty much all the code done. So hopefully gonna actually get some stuff out here in like a couple months or so. Still waiting on some art stuff. I'm gonna have a pretty big hand in the soundtrack as well. So but that won't be nearly as time consuming as the code was. So I'm really hoping to like put a lot more time into like YouTube and stuff. So things are gonna be getting pretty exciting here pretty soon, I think. And now the boss is open. Where are those other challenges at? Ah yes, Bizarre Ring Kirby Challenge. Oh, this is the boat challenge. This is giving me like some flashbacks to like that minigame in Super Mario Sunshine with the where you gotta race on the squids. Like the blooper races. That's what this feels like. I definitely need to keep in mind that if you jump in the boat does not go with you. You jump out of the boat. Go fast. Gotta go fast. I'm pretty sure I still have some abilities that need upgrading. Harry Potter for the GBA for 10 bucks? Nice. I don't know how rare that one is. Yeah, I still have my my cartridge. Oh, the Game Boy Advance one. I'm trying to think if there was like more than one for Game Boy Advance. I'm pretty sure that there was actually a game for the third movie on Game Boy Advance. Now, I didn't play the third one on stream. Oh, In the Presence of the King? I think I know who this is gonna be. But first, I'm pretty sure we got some upgrades we can do. Spear will power up to match the evolution level of your copy abilities. Alright, co-op mode. Because this game can be two-player if you want. Give me the deets. They missed the opportunity to call him Waddle Deets. Oh, so the tornado upgrade is in the hidden path that I missed. Oh, you literally get a figurine for talking to him. Ah, yes. He goes around giving out figurines of himself. I see. Okay, I can upgrade the ice ability, or... That's it, actually. Improve the ice ability? Ice ability has evolved into Blizzard Ice. I could make a really bad, like, Blizzard, like, World of Warcraft joke, but I'm not going to. So that's just low-hanging fruit. That's a pretty neat hat, though. Uh-oh, Spike ability better watch out. It's got competition. Wait. Does that make us invulnerable? Is this actually a good power? Amazing. Okay, so what do we still need to upgrade? We still need the needle ability upgrade. I don't know if you get sleep upgrades. Need a tornado upgrade. I think all of these are upgraded fully. So that's only like, what? 2 maybe... 2 to 4 ability upgrades still left, depending on if sleep gets any. Probably want to back up health item if we're going to go up against a boss. Take it to go. Oh wait, I didn't do this challenge yet either. Twin drills. This is not a drill. Wait, does that actually affect us? Even if we're underground? No, actually. Which makes sense, like why would anything affect you underground? Hardly. The spikes affect you if you're underground, which is surprising. You'd think you just dig underneath them. Okay, I definitely get the feeling that there's some faster movement through there. Still, that's only 3 seconds off the target time. I really like that about this game, that they opted to make the copy powers, like, there's less, like, variety overall, but they made it so that the copy powers can do like way more each, and with the upgrades it's like it makes you feel like you have more copy powers than any previous game. Like they went for quality over quantity. And that's not saying that there's not like there's plenty of copy powers in this game. But you can tell they clearly emphasized making them actually have like a bunch of different things they can do. Like, look at this. This looks like a secret room in Portal. This doesn't look like a Kirby setting. This is I'm glad to see them experiment like this with the Kirby franchise. I hope they make more 3D Kirby games. I feel like they kind of have to, I mean. Kind of hard to have this game and then go back to two-dimensional again. Unless they're just going to do both like they did with Mario. There he is. King DDD. I don't know what he's doing. Or go, DDD? Something something Majora's Mask. That's a lot of damage. Maybe this is an embarrassing thing to admit, but I never actually beat like DDD and Kirby Airride. Because he has like a huge health bar in that game. I'm sure there's like a trick to it, but I never did figure it out. That's like the one downside of this ability though, is you have to stay in one place to charge it up, which makes it hard to dodge stuff. But when you do attack, okay, is he gonna do like a second phase? That sounds like a second phase to me, which means I probably want to use the tomato. What is he doing? Just like, take off that mask and stop running around on the floor. You're embarrassing yourself. DDD's just like, it's not a phase. Zap. Got him. They're just like stuck in the cage and they're just like, get us out of here, away from this maniac. Clearer than 2 minutes, that's totally doable. Right, because aren't the Waddle Dees usually like his minions? Uh-oh. Now Waddle Dee's getting left behind. King DDD Redemption Arc.
Automatic language detection activated. Authentication system activated.
What?
Authenticating. Authenticating. Entry code approved. Initiating facility navigation protocol.
What is this, some sort of Kirby Fallout?
Welcome visitors to the Dream Discoveries Tour of our science facility, Lab Discovera. On
Oh,
this
what have I got
privileged
myself
tour,
into?
You'll be introduced to the ultimate life form, specimen IDF-86. From the moment IDF-86 arrived on our planet, it began a campaign of destruction that threatened the native wildlife of our entire world.
This is
Luckily,
one way to
our
do
research
exposition, I
team
guess.
managed to capture it before it could complete its invasion. Once it was contained, our lab began studying IDF-86's spatial teleportation ability. Research that laid the groundwork for the planetary warp technology
Why does that voice sound
we
familiar?
enjoy today.
Is that one of the people who do like the voiceover for like the directs or something?
However, 30 years after our research began, a warp experiment incident occurred in this facility. A new life form, separated from the main specimen, escaped in the aftermath. That new subspecimen has yet to be recovered. In the time since, IDF-86 has shown no signs of activity. It is now kept in a state of permanent stasis within the custom-made eternal capsule here on the top level of Lab Discoverer.
Are we about to get
And
some,
here we are. Let's meet the ultimate life form, specimen IDF-86.
gonna get, like, a chance to see what's probably gonna be the final boss or something? That's kind of what this sounds like. And also the fact that all these coffee powers are here, and the Maxim tomato there. We're in for something. What? I have many questions. Incomplete without their other half. Monologuing lion. It's like some sort of like Zootopia Fallout kind of crossover. What is this? That just straight up looks like the first boss from the tutorial in Metroid Prime. But weird. Oh no. Unhand that chinchilla. That's not a half, that's like a 50th. Kirby games always go weird with their final bosses. It's always like, oh, such a cute game. Oh, everything is nice. And then you have some sort of cosmic horror as the boss. So anyway, we started blasting. Oh, I kind of need that. Gotta fight the lion himself. I gotta wait until I get the moment to charge our laser. That seems pretty good. And he just kind of walks right out of it, though. Yeah, just stand there for a second. Doing pretty well. Some sort of Kirby Dark Souls boss. Oh, phase 2. Now he's angry. You can tell because he's glowing purple. Oh, this is one of those you have to like match the shape that he's doing type situations. Yeah, just stand really still. It seems like there's like a huge invulnerability window though whenever you dodge. So, there is that. Gonna have to be quicker than that. Wait, you can attack straight, like, in the middle of dodging? There's, like, other attacks that I wasn't even using this whole time? I kind of felt like it was just the jump attack, though, so maybe it's not different. Oh. Got him. First try. I don't think I hardly took any damage. Do a little bit of a Chinchilla unboxing video. Yeah, that makes sense. That there'd be more. Too easy. Is it a robot lion? Oh, it's being like brain controlled. Things I did not expect to see today. New objective. We out. Was not expecting this game to go here. Well, that's unsettling. Oh, this is a boss, so I actually need to do damage. I don't think that's usually what they mean when they say invasive species, but okay. Glad that I got this fully upgraded. That's doing a ton of damage. Okay, that was getting a little close, but first try that. Of course they get the Chinchilla. This isn't even their final form. Oh, now he's mad. You don't make Kirby mad. The bosses may be Lovecraftian horrors, but Kirby is like the ultimate life form. Oh, we've got quite a choice of powers here. I think this game is just straight up throwing us into the final boss. That's what this feels like. I think we want something with a little bit more firepower. Is this a Metroid game? Is this a Fallout game? Is this a Dark Souls game? No, it's Kirby. Oh, evil Chinchilla. Challenger approaches. You know, for an ultimate life form, they sure haven't done any damage yet. spoke too soon. Wait, copy power, where did it go? Oh, there it is. Kinda need that. And it's nice because the fire copy power does damage over time. I should have expected that we would be fighting the Chinchilla in the end. It's just like every character in Kirby games has like frenemy status. Oh, what is this? Okay. Seems like jumping dodges like 80% of like the boss's attacks. Not that one though. Kinda wish I picked a copy power with a little bit higher damage output. How do I dodge that? Yeah, I think there was actually an interview that Sakurai did. Like that one enemy in a lot of Kirby games, Marks. Apparently he wanted to make him more messed up than he ended up being in the actual games, but Nintendo wouldn't let him. I'm not exactly surprised. Give me my hat back. Kirby's like some sort of on some Indiana Jones type stuff. Never lose the hat. Oh yeah, there's no way I'm gonna... I don't know how to dodge that. Oh, I managed to dodge it somehow. I have like 1 HP left. I probably want a different copy power that actually... Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's the final boss of the game, so I'm surprised I got that far the first attempt. But yeah, we definitely want a different power. Probably the bombs. Just because that'll do a lot more damage. I'm pretty happy with getting that far, though. Like, some Kirby bosses are actually really hard. Like, Space Vampire dude from the first game. Can't tell you how many attempts that one took. Because you were on, like, a time limit with that one. Great thing about this is that they actually move on their own and are like enemy seeking. Just completely. Yeah, that's doing way more damage. I shouldn't have switched to the fire ability, or I probably would have got this first try. Because this is great, because since they're enemy seeking, you can dodge and throw out attacks at the same time. I'm like focusing so hard right now. Why are those not picking themselves up and actually going towards the boss? He's charging his laser. Oh, that's not good. Oh, did he just stay on top of you with that? So you really don't want to get hit by that. Oh. So that's a pretty big attack window as long as you can do damage while jumping. Is he gonna go to like a second phase? Yeah, there it is. Don't have that much health left, which is not great. Also, the music here is insane. Yeah, that's not great. This probably isn't going to be the attempt. Okay, that's an attack window. Then he does this, which means I need a... There's like two clones that are like not the actual one. Oh, and if you don't stop him from doing that, he heals? Yeah. This is like the dodge check. That you just have to go literally to the back of the entire arena. Quick enough dodging that. Good thing the bomb abilities, bombs don't actually affect you. Oh. Close. We need something that does a little bit more damage. consistently. So, if I were to pick one... Oh. Perhaps. Kirby Knight. Okay, yeah, that's doing a lot more. More reliably. And we can do damage while jumping. This has to be like the correct way to finish the game, right? Obviously you gotta use the Meta Knight sword. Don't lose it. Oh, he didn't do that any of the previous times. Straight up cut that building in half. Hit him with the old spin attack. Alright, didn't lose half of our health, got him down to the second phase. This might be it. Also, I don't know what it is with Kirby bosses and making the sky all weird like that. That seems to be a common occurrence with Kirby bosses. With final bosses, at least. Okay, that's probably the real one. Oh, so that blue bar is how much he's gonna get healed. Yes, do something that keeps you in one place. Okay, best attempt so far. So I probably actually want to stay towards the back of the arena now, since he's going to throw the big meteor at us. That's how you gotta dodge the big meteor. Hard to find the opening. This is the best attempt so far, though. There's that. If I break the other ones, does that stop him from healing? No, but it does do massive damage if you hit him enough then. Oh, mouthful mode on him? Pull that Chinchilla right back out of there. Chinchilla removal was a success. We did it. Evil Chinchilla opening up space-time. Oh. He's going after Kirby's home planet. He's literally pulling the entire planet. That's pretty over the top, not gonna lie. Some sort of Chinchilla Death Star type situation. I can collide your whole planet with you. Weird flex, but okay. And now we are a semi-truck. This is giving me some serious end of Super Mario Odyssey vibes. Whatever you do, don't mess up here. There's kind of an entire planet at stake. Gotta go fast. Oh, it's cutscening? In the battle of Chinchilla versus Truck, who will win? Yeet. A little bit of a quick time event. Infused within Chinchilla magic. Did we just beat the game? Wait. Why are they on Popstar now? Oh no, they didn't just make the Chinchilla sacrifice themselves to fix space-time, did they? Okay, is Kirby smiling at the end, them saying, Chinchilla's fine, actually? Nice, so I guess that's the ending of, Kirby and the Forgotten Land. Just like a little, picture with all of the enemies. Except we're all cool now. Also they got the lyrics, but they also have the made-up language as well. Which is really weird because the opening song was in English, but this one's in Japanese. I had no idea we were this close to the ending of the game. I'm just like looking forward to like the YouTube videos where people like break down like details and like what impact this has on like the Kirby lore. Yeah, it's nice. It looks like it does in the anime, because Kirby has a dome house in the show. So that was actually kind of exciting to see that they kept that for the game. And fun fact, a lot of the music for the show was actually the same soundtrack for Kirby Air Ride, which came out around the same time. This really does feel like we just played Kirby Odyssey. The dramatic end sequence with the world breaking apart, with the there's a lot of trends that you can compare the two. And that's honestly a good thing, because this turned out really well for this game. It's so hard to believe, though, this is literally the first, like, 3D Kirby game, though. Like, as good as this game was, you'd think they've been doing this for a while. Oh, to be continued, of course. And title screen. So yeah, I guess we beat the game. I'm gonna keep playing though. We still haven't upgraded like the abilities and stuff, and we still got like 2 hours of stream left. So might as well check out some of that. Also check this cool transition out. I never showed this on stream, but it goes from like, okay, here's the title screen. You click continue. And it just straight transitions into you playing the game, just like that. That's so cool to me. Oh, they added another gotcha machine. Oh, is this like a... You can like choose which music you want to play there. That's usually a feature that you can unlock in a lot of the Kirby games, like a music player thing. That's cool that they did that this way in this game. Oh, now there's like an upgraded version of the Coliseum. That makes sense, because they probably wanted to put like, you know, like final boss stuff into like the Coliseum, but obviously that would spoil you if you didn't beat the game yet. So they had to save the best version of the Coliseum for after you beat the game. So I think we should like try and upgrade all of our abilities, and then check out the Coliseum, since we've got some time left. This does mean I'm gonna have to think of something else for next stream, though. Wait, you can power up copy abilities further? What's she doing here? So what, are we like on friendly terms with like the bosses from before now? Like the enemies? That's just like the thing with Kirby games. It's like all of the enemies and bosses are in this weird frenemy territory. Where like sometimes they'll be attacking you, sometimes they're your friend. Oh, are they saying that the lion guy was the bad influence? Oh, is this setting the stage for some DLC or something later on? Where the lion guy comes back, and that's what the To Be Continued is all about? I have a feeling. Also, yeah, what the heck happened with the Chinchilla now that I'm thinking about it? Caroline found them and kept them alive. So probably, maybe feel bad about fighting them so many times before. Oh. That's ominous. It's a time rift. Mysterious Pokemon are gonna start showing up through there. What? Oh, is this how they're gonna canonically kind of explain how you can go back to like the previous worlds? Because I guess technically, yeah. Didn't the previous world kind of get destroyed? Where like most of the game took place? Oh no, this is completely new areas. The game is not over yet. Well, it feels like it's made from some super strong psychic energy. I beg your pardon? So there's like one for each of the previous areas. That's like the final area. Hold R. Oh. Maybe they could have explained that earlier in the game. So there is a little something extra here. Like some sort of Kirby post game. Before we do this, I definitely want to upgrade the other stuff, though. Wait. Where'd Clowerline go? She's like luring us up here? Oh no, there she is. Not what I was expecting from a Kirby boss, but okay. What does this board say? Oh, this is for choosing like the music. So does it just like change the music for the whole town? Do they have the mall one? Nice. Okay, so we can upgrade the powers further than 3 times? Looks like it. So it doesn't change anything, it just makes them more powerful? Okay. But like, how do I do the thing? Wait, what did he say? Oh, he gives you different advice. I feel like there's like entire details of like the abilities that I don't even realize. So there's like a couple different paths now. There's like a post game, there's the Coliseum, and we got abilities to upgrade. Was there something back this way? Oh, that was the fishing thing. Right. So, I'm pretty sure I remember seeing an ability scroll somewhere. Either here or the ice area. Wait, actually, yeah. The guy with the graduation hat. He actually tells you where they're at. Wait, what? He has a blueprint? He's in town? Where is he? Oh. That seems about right. So that's just straight up an ability. Masked Hammer Blueprint. Wait. That means there's a whole nother round of upgrades. Because we already had 2 upgrades for the hammer. Unless there's just some abilities that get more upgrades than others. How much does this upgrade cost? Ah, more than we have. So can everything be upgraded 4 times? And you just have to beat the game to get the last round of upgrades? What do you have to say for yourself? Sleep evolution. Okay, you do upgrade sleep. Burning turning power plant. In a machine. Oh, that one that goes up and down that I couldn't figure out how to get to. Oh, you had to follow along the blue light. Okay, that makes sense. Well, now we know where it is and how to get it, so let's go get it. I mean, we got the credits to roll, but there's still like a huge section of game left. Okay, so the sleep upgrade should be here. And now they're like attacking us again. Everything is simultaneously friendly and an enemy at the same time. Yeah, I want to get all the upgrades just because I want to see what they all do. Because that's always an interesting thing. It is kind of weird. I mean, I guess technically the game's not over if there's still like a whole post-game section. This game is surprising in a lot of ways, I guess I could say. He didn't even wake up. Oh, that's the secret. That's the secret room. Oh no, that's not good. Yeah, I remember I saw this like right at the last moment the first time I went through here. I'm just like, oh, I probably could have gone through there. But then it shut. And it's just like, nope. Maybe next time. Secret hallway? Infiltrate the control room? I guess if you really want to be completionist in this game too, there is the whole collection of figurines thing as well. Yoink. He was so close to the coffee and yet so far away. Just gonna play that safe and wait for it to do its thing. So I guess, are they gonna like continue from this point forward making 3D Kirby games? Because if so, that would be great. I think we're getting close to where that one scroll is. Yeah, I think it's on the other side of this thing. Yeah, I don't know if I can make it through there in time. So I'll wait. Oh. Yeah, and then there's this thing. Oh, you need the fire ability. Wait. Yeah, I thought there was a fire guy over here. This is good too because we need more coins to actually be able to afford those upgrades. Wait. Okay. Yeah, I think we need to get the... We probably want to take this cannon here. Even though I know we beat this little mini game before, it'll probably still give us a pretty good chunk of coins. And we're here, so we might as well. Oh wait, yeah, might want to move off of that. Oh no, almost had it. You step on the fuse, it goes out. Oh. Who left that screwdriver there? Oh, you're supposed to go here. That's what it is. Let it go up that way. Let it go down that way. That's not where we want to be. This is crazy because I remember doing this first try, the first time that we went through here, and I'm like, wait, how did I do it? Yeah, I gotta sneak in there like that. And then go fast up here. That got it. Wait, does this actually exit a different door? Wait, how does that work? Oh, and then we just go in here first try this time. Alright, so that's an upgrade for the sleep ability. Which is surprising. There was like other challenges in here. Oh, I think that there was like a puzzle in here with like the juice machine that I messed up the first try. Let's get another shot at that. Oh yeah, you can't go through that with the fire ability. Just gotta run. Forget the figurine. How do I... Oh! It's heading this way. We need to get through here fast. Okay, that's the guy I was missing the first time. Nice. I wouldn't put it past them to give you some sort of secret if you collect all the Waddle Dees. Get out of there. Don't actually need the juice machine there. Those were not the buttons I wanted to hit. Of course, Cone B is the winner. Looking like a volcano. Don't get squished. I'm really curious what the sleep ability does. Because usually that's like the copy power that's just totally useless and it's just there to troll you. That's right, there's still a bunch of challenges that we don't even have access to because we're just missing too many Waddle Dees. Like, all I can think is maybe make it so you don't sleep as long, or make it so that it heals you or something. The sleep power is usually useless. Sleep is for the weak. We have just enough to evolve it. Do it. So he's like hammering on the hat. Careful. Mario might think that you're a collectible. That looks like a heavy hat. Conjures a bed. Wait, what? It applied some sort of buff. Not what I expected. 200 is some sort of buff. Is that increased attack power, or what is that? Do I have enough stars still for the, oh no we don't. We need 2 more stars for the hammer now. Still, that's not what I expected from the sleep power. I don't know what the red spiky icon stands for. I'm going to assume it matches up with the items that apply buffs here. Okay, it's an attack boost. For 200 seconds. So it's basically the same thing as if we used that item. But in copy power format. This game just keeps getting more interesting. Someone left us a gift. There's a surprise inside. Let's give you a bag of money. Nice. Oh, I should have talked to the... I keep forgetting to talk to the Waddle Dee. With the graduation hat. He'll give us hints where the other scrolls are. We should probably focus on tracking those down. Then we can do like more of the challenges to get the stars we need to actually use them. Gathering of the Beast Council. Section with the roller coaster. Probably want a good power to take with us too. Considering that's in an in-game kind of area. Let's get the Buzzsaw Cutter. I feel like I haven't used the Cutter ability as much as I usually do in like other Kirby games. That's like the best attack in like the Smash version of Kirby. People are always like, oh, you're gonna spam down B if you play Kirby. No, I spam up B. Here we are. Gathering of the Beast Council. The council will decide your fate. Okay, a little bit of a boss rush type situation. I kind of want to go with the blaster actually. It's just really good for this boss. So wait, they're all enemies again? Of course. Look at that. You get one of those, it does half his health and damage. Rip. Oh, we also have a damage boost applied as well. I just remembered. Yeah, the clock's ticking on that one. Probably want to go fast. I'm so happy they put a post game in here. This really is, like, if you had to pick one Kirby game to play, if you'd never played a Kirby game before in your life, this, honestly, I feel like is the one to get. I don't know, Superstar Ultra is really good as well. Pretty close between the two of those. What's this next boss? It's the armadillo again, right? Yeah. Yeah, the cutter's probably the best ability. Just because you can throw out like an attack that does a lot of damage and then keep moving. Yeah, that's obviously the best one for him. Where did my hat go? Oh, there it is. Oh, he didn't even do this attack when we fought him earlier. Yeah, just stand there. Oh, I didn't even see this treasure chest before. How did I miss that? Oh. Just like always going down there to make sure there's no secret passage. I wonder what the best part of the game is to farm coins. So we're gonna need quite a few of those. So if I go for a different coffee power, because this is actually useful now to use the sleep ability. Just okay, it does heal you as well. Oh. That's a completely different buff. So it's a random buff. So that's speed. And then gonna fight Coraline again? That's so weird because it's like, oh, outside of the level, we're on friendly terms. But inside the level, better watch yourself. Right, there's that one Waddle Dee that's up there and I don't know how to get him. Oh. That's doing surprisingly a lot. Oh, that's a challenge, beat her without getting hit. Oh, right, I just didn't get this before because for some reason I didn't see the ladder here. I'm just like imagining from his perspective the first time that we go through here. Yay, you beat the boss, now you're gonna rescue me, right? Right? Wait, where are you going? Okay, so apparently the scroll's on this roller coaster here somewhere. Is it? Oh, that's where it is. It's not actually on the roller coaster. It's in this little secret cubby down here. So there's still a secret passage somewhere in here. That I'm like missing somewhere. But where? Ah, I missed that coin. Like slowly rolling into this area. It must have been earlier in the level somewhere. It's just one thing I always really appreciate about Kirby level design. So much detail, you could play a level through multiple times and still miss stuff. I'm assuming I missed the secret passageway somewhere. Nice. That's like an ongoing theme of almost getting 100% of the Waddle Dees and challenges in an area. But there's just one missing. Also, who gave this dog a gun? Dogs can't use firearms. Alright, so that was another blueprint, which means we should go back because we can get a hint on where a different one is. Again, that's another thing I have to praise the game about. Good conveyance. I can guarantee you I wouldn't have been so frustrated with the wisps in Pokemon Legends Arceus if they just put an NPC that gave you like a hint as to where a missing wisp might be. But this game has the sense to be like, okay, here's some stuff that might be hard to find, so we're gonna put an NPC that'll give you a couple clues if you need them. The waste where life began in original Wasteland. Well, that's the last tornado upgrade, I think. Unless we get a fourth one. I'm thinking maybe it's just a couple abilities that get like a additional upgrade. Probably the hammer, well, I can't imagine the sword because it's already a Meta Knight sword. How are you gonna do better than that? The hammer makes sense though. Ah, we're just shy on coins. Okay, let's go after the next upgrade. Oh, yeah, that's right, because we got the upgrade for this now, so we can actually do this challenge. We're gonna be burning through those rare stones now. Oh. Little lava ice skating. guess one more. It's like the second one, so I must have missed it near the beginning, right? Oh, there. Wait, what? I thought I collected that. Oh, this is a different one, I think. Alright, we got 20 seconds. Yoink. Secret coin. Oh, we're not in the right area. Should be going to the desert. Okay, so it's in the first half of this stage. This is probably the right hat for going to a desert. Yeah, easy to see how there's probably stuff I missed here. This is a pretty big area. Oh, do I need the ranger ability? Because there's like a little target here. I can't remember if I got that before. Oh. Is this just a hit all the targets in the area kind of thing? Where do I get the ranger ability? There's one. It seems like here they really wanted to emphasize this area used to be underwater. They literally put like a random squid there. Okay, so there's a lot of secret stuff here. Shoot the 3 flying targets. Okay, I'm assuming that's part of a separate challenge, but I'm going to do it anyway. Wait. What? This is a big area. One out of 3. Let me get the coin. Let me get the coin. Did he just dig up the coins? Is that a thing that they just do sometimes? Well, I'll get sniped. Double shot. Nice. Where was the other target? Oh, over there. Oh, that's not that long of a range. I mean, it's long of a range for a platforming game, but I'm just saying. That should be 3 out of 3. Yeah. So next, I think I need the ring thing. Okay. Oh, yeah, we can jump up there. This thing, we can't jump that high. Correction, oh yes you can. Did I get all the green fragment things the first time? I guess we'll find out. Oh. Boss attack. There's probably gonna be 2 bosses here. Seems really rare that they just throw one at you. Then again, oh, this is just to make the tornado ability an option. Okay, so they for sure want you to be able to get access to that. I already did the minigame where you shoot the target, so I'm gonna switch to this instead. Because the game wants you to have the tornado ability so much that even if you fail to get it from the boss, they leave a little thing here for you. Which means the game wants you to have that. But first, where's the other green shard thing? Wait, is this a giant tanker ship? Oh, that's just straight up the needle upgrade I was looking for. Nice. So how do I go about getting that Waddle Dee out of there? These are like shipping containers. There's some secrets here I'm not aware of. Okay, they want me to have the tornado ability. But why? There's like a little star in the door. Maybe that's what I need the green little star fragment things for. It's so weird that Kirby can get tired of flying in this game. Because in like all the two-dimensional Kirby games, he can just fly forever, and as high as he wants. I guess that's because they had to put a ceiling somewhere. What's this Switch for? This Nintendo Switch. Oh? A winner is you. Waddle Dee is now waddle free. Where are they gonna try and ship him over to? Fly away. Oh. Thought there was solid ground there. I was mistaken. Wait, there's still one mystery here. Secrets. Wait, I thought tornado ability works here. I guess not. Do I want to switch for fire? Probably. Checkpoint. Okay, the challenge is at the very end, so it must be something in the later half of the stage. Whatever it is. Oh. Strong contestant. Oh, so it's just like a small lizard there. Looks like the tiny lizards that are all over Florida. Whoever built all these, well, to be fair, I think it's probably been a while since they were first built. Just like, they didn't do a very good job. But then I'm just like, considering how long they've probably been here, they probably did a perfectly fine job. What a weird visual. Kirby, but he's just a pink circle, like a pink disc, with fire coming out the top. Just like what happens if you take this screenshot and you send it back like a couple years in the past? How much people would freak out. Yes, it must be somewhere around this area. There's a lot going on over here. That is the end of the stage, though. Is there a reason I can jump down this way? There's just like straight up like starfish all over the place. And an anchor and coral, and it's just like very obvious. This was an ocean area at some point. Where's the secret? Did I miss something in here? That could be it, right? No, I think we got everything here. Huh. I guess when we complete the level, it'll give us a hint. I'm a bit stumped. Save the money out of the cage. Oh! Yeah, that's way in the first half. Cone beef. So let's return back to town and get another update on where the other missing upgrades are. Because that means that there's at least one more sleep upgrade, probably. Got the needle ability. How much does that cost? 803 star points. Go for it. I want to see what it looks like. We're gonna get all of them anyway. What do they mean? Crystal needle. Allow you to enter the portal for the Crystal Needle treasure in Original Wasteland. So that's a new treasure available. Kind of looking like an exhibit at some sort of geology museum. Oh, it grows. Why is the chinchilla flying into it? Crystal Sanic. Kirby could become anything he wanted, so he became a stage hazard. Alright, so where's the next upgrade at? You haven't missed any blueprints thus far. What? So that means any missing blueprints at this point must be in the post game. I'm assuming there's gonna be a couple blueprints out there. So how many the rare star things do we need to upgrade everything? We've got one. We need 5 for the masked hammer. So that's 4 more. Tornado upgrading is 3. So that's 7 more. So let's go see if we can't round up 7 more of those stars. Oh, I probably should have healed before I left. It probably won't be an issue. Oh, we can actually do this one now. We have the correct hat. Oh, I probably don't want to be down there. It's the Katamari challenge. Oh, you gotta go fast through here. Oh, you can just keep it going as long as you hit enough stuff. So I think the key here is just don't stop ever. Still managed to get through though. Only 6 more to go. trying to think if I should like emphasize like going back to rescue more Waddle Dees, because there's probably a lot of challenges that you need to collect those, enough of those for to have them open. This one's still locked. What about this one? Multi-mouth treasure? That sounds new. Is this gonna like test all of the mouthful abilities at once? Oh. This is very precise. Oh. Start off with the cone bee section. There's a pretty big time limit on this. Okay, next. Vending machine. Oh, didn't spend too much time with the vending machine one. Oh, of course, we just can't get up there. So gotta break the blocks. I particularly like the boat one. Like, there isn't usually this good of boat controls in a lot of Nintendo games. They definitely got it right here. All the way back here? Why though? Oh. Interesting. And then the water one. Are they gonna finish off with the car one? Probably. Oh no, then you go to the forklift one. Then the car one. Gotta end on the most iconic one. Oh no. Please no. We're almost there, please don't. Time just wasn't on our side there. I think I lost too much time near the start with the whole cone ability. He jumps forward a lot more than you think he would. Oh. Yeah, that's kind of in the same vein as what I did wrong the first time. Yeah, if I do this wrong, I should probably just retry. Fortunately, they put this at the start of the stage, so if I lose too much time here. Okay, that was a much better attempt. Bowling them all over. Okay, got a boat fast. Oh, right. Windmills. Not too thrilled about having to go all the way back there, but it is what it is, or so they say. Yoink. Okay, we got a ton more time now. Didn't lose all that time to the dreaded cone section. I mean, it's not that bad, I'm just not good at it. Because it's like, I always expect it to not go as far as it's going to. Yeah, that's where we ran out of time last time. But we got it. So we need 8 total, that's 3, so that's only 5 left now to get all the upgrades. At least all the upgrades we can for right now. It's like from this point, there's like not a whole lot going on in the overworld. I'm assuming they did that on purpose to sort of emphasize the last levels of the game. Oh, right. I can hold R. to go real fast. They're just like talking to me and I'm just like ignoring them as I'm like flying through the whole area rapidly. That's kind of neat how they arrange this, like, arrange the world. Like, it's like whenever you come off the beach and you walk up through this way, like the intro sequence at the start of the game, it puts you here. And just like everything you've got to do is in front of you and more or less aligned. I guess we should go back and just try and get all the Waddle Dees, since I'm assuming some of the challenges are going to require you to get all of them. Like, there's probably like one or something that's going to require you to have collected them all. So I guess I should just start the process of going back through and finding all the ones I missed. But hold on, I'll be back in like 30 seconds or so. Okay, back. There's part of me that wants to just go into like the first stage, like the post-game stuff. If I'm gonna do everything, I'm probably gonna need another stream. But I wanted to actually check out really quick what the first like post-game level looks like. This is good though, because I actually really like this game. So I'm actually happy that there's more. But let's see what's in here. Place feels unstable, it's like we're inside someone's dream. Weird. Okay, so this is Forgo Plans. 0 out of 50 is some sort of mystery thing that we haven't been introduced to yet. Oh, this is like a weird purple version of the start of the game. What? So is this going to be like some sort of weird like purple like challenge mode for stages we already did? What is that? What? You got a piece of Leon's soul? I beg your pardon. This truly is the Dark Souls of Kirby games. So it looks like you totally don't have any of the traditional like challenges here. It's all about getting these soul pieces. I don't know if that 2 out of 50 is just for this area or if that 2 out of 50 is for the whole, like, all of the islands. I'm gonna assume it's just this area. Yeah. So you could fit 50 into one stage, but as frequently as we've been seeing them, 50 for the whole area, it seems like a small number. So there's probably like 50 in each of them. Oh, I wish the guys with the hammers would come back. Oh, there's some more hammers. So it means we probably aren't going to make any progress on, like, upgrades in here. It's probably more so like a... make progress specifically on post-game stuff type thing. Oh, he stopped just in time. Do it. What? Took me too long to start swinging the hammer, but he got there in time anyway. That's what I was trying to do. Bonk. Just not sure what the rules of this new area are going to be. There's probably something hidden in there. Ah, I knew it. Oh, they keep reappearing. Oh no, you just teleported. I forgot they do that. It's 4 out of 5. Get a little bit extra health and a buff of some sort on top. Oh, the longer you keep doing that, the more health you regain. Oh, I just missed getting the hammer back. Oh. What? Checkpoint. There's those weird enemies that we only saw near the end of the game. It's like all shadowy looking. Oh. Seems like these purple worlds follow their own rules. Big damage. Really big damage. That's probably got him. And now we got our hammer back. I really want to see what that 4th hammer upgrade is. Sword. Okay. Hopefully we don't need the hammer anymore. Actually, I'd rather have the spike ability. So then I can just do that. It's pretty powerful. Oh, how do I get in there? Something over here I need? Or is this where I go to make progress? No progress for me, thank you. I just want to... Oh, don't... Rip. Okay. How do I get... Oh, there's the juice machine up there. That's what we need to do. I should have realized the vending machine would be the answer. So does that actually heal you? Nice. It's a dangerous day to be a vending machine company if Kirby can hack into your vending machine. Yoink. Wait, can we actually climb with that? Oh. I don't think I'm supposed to be able to get that without hitting the switch. Secret platform. Okay, so there are figurines here. But how do I get inside this hole in the wall? Mysterious. I guess we'll have to come back to it. Where did we come from? Oh, let's see how the end of the previous stage and this stage are connected. Wait, what? Actually, I probably want this instead. Oh, that's what I was doing. I was touching that and taking damage. Should have known. Just hit the block. Nice. Oh. Whatever you do, don't lose your hat. Wise words to live by. Should be able to hit all these. Oh, these are the red ones, which means they time out eventually. Ah, this is gonna be a little bit trickier than I thought, but still doable. There we go. It's trying to get him. It's almost got him. I'll get you if it's the last thing I do. And he did. Nice. Oh, there's something hidden there. Very easily missed. Collected all the pieces of Leon's soul in this spot. Oh. So this is like parts of like multiple levels from the first area. I just realized. Because now it's like we're going on to the mall part. So I'm assuming we have to get all of these. We have to collect all these to get like the true ending to the game. No, come back. Almost got away. Yeah, there's normally like a couple boxes that come down here, but... the weird shadow version of them all. So whenever enemies look like that, that means that they have a soul fragment. Yeah, there's usually like flaming barrels here, but they put crates instead. I must have missed quite a few in the first area since it's like the first time I've been hearing our Chinchilla tell us that we've got enough pieces of the guy's soul. That's a brand new sentence. No one's ever said that before. Why did I do that? Because I could, and so I did. And I didn't stop to think if I should. Kind of a slippery area right there. Okay, there's nothing secret over there. I just I was like looking over the ledge here, and I had to like tilt in real life. Have those moments in video games. Oh. Well, this is a problem. For someone else. Oh, there's... The rare star things are just out here in the wild like that? That's a big find. Because I was just thinking, there's not a lot of challenges left. Where are all these missing stars at? Now I know where all the missing stars are at. They're in the post game. Off we go. Oh. Right. This is where we normally see the gorilla boss. Is there gonna be like a more powerful version, or just straight up a different boss or something? It's shiny Donkey Kong. Phantom Gourmando. So it's like a more powerful version of the bosses. That's super interesting. Attack pattern's a little bit different. I don't think that ring attack was even in the first original fight with him. Yeah, that's not doing nearly as much damage as it usually does. Like, you have to be a lot better for these. So your attacks do like half damage here. That's what it feels like. It feels like everything I'm doing is doing half what it normally would. Okay. That's an opening. That's an opening. Oh, he never did that originally. Got him. First try. Yeah, I think that was just straight up, like, either they do, like, double damage, or at the very least they're taking, like, half the damage they normally would. Yoink. Did we get them all? Oh, we got 43 out of 50. Yeah, I probably missed some near the start. What is that, 86%? That's like a B. Okay, so I think it is, like, per area. Yeah, and then there's 48 here. Okay, I'm gonna try and upgrade, like, our copy abilities. Now that I've sort of seen what the post-game has for us. We're probably gonna need all the copy powers just so we can get all the potential locations for those. So does that mean that you can still find like upgrade scrolls there? Haven't missed any blueprints so far. Toy Hammer Plus. So you can upgrade each like different like tier of like upgrades like separately? Okay, you need 5 for that. Oh, yeah, X, power up. I want to evolve that first. So if I were to hit that, would it just automatically do it, or... Oh. You need 5 stars. So there must be like way more rare stones in the game than I thought there were. Or there's some way that you can get like a whole bunch of them. Because like hypothetically, if you wanted to upgrade every single, well, upgrade, that's gonna take quite a lot of rare stones. Can we upgrade the tornado at least? We can. That's big because that'll unlock more challenges. The Waddle Dee with the highly detailed hat. Why do I look like a superhero? You'd enter the portal for Storm Tornado Treasure in the Forbidden Lands. So what does this do? Oh. It's lightning-y. Let's go do that challenge then, since that's open. And we're gonna need more rare stones, and that's at least one way to get another one. Oh, right. I can't believe the game waited till literally like post-game to tell me that you can hold the right shoulder button to go faster. Or not shoulder button, the right trigger. Actually, yeah, right shoulder button works as well. And so does the left and shoulder button and trigger. Huh. They only told me the right trigger worked for that. Okay, let's see how fast we can get through here. Here. Oh, right. I should probably do that. I wonder how much damage this does for like bosses and stuff. Might actually be viable for I mean, I guess theoretically you could use anything to beat a boss with, but obviously some things are better than others. And now's our chance to find out. That's pretty good. But whoa. If you get like close enough to him, is it just like automatically zapping whatever's close to you? Looks like it works both ways though. So your best bet is to just keep, like, doing that. Yeah, for the right boss, that would be pretty good. Nice. That's another rare stone. Music jump scare every time I go to the overworld in this area. Okay. So I guess we should just start trying to gather up all the water leaves that we're missing. Because I'm assuming we're gonna need, like, all of them to get, like, everything. 100% the game. Oh, I have not checked my collection yet in a while. Oh, so that's what it means by Volume 2, Volume 3, Volume 4. There's like an entire separate tab for different figures. Oh, and that's why there's different gacha machines back in the village, because they're like specific to each set. I just thought they had like higher probability of getting like rare stuff. No, there's entirely different like sets of things to find. I didn't realize you could do this. This perspective, though. This has got to be huge for, like, lore for the game. You can just click on any of these, and, well, it looks like only some of them have actually some text to accompany them. But yeah, I guess this is comparable to like a Pokédex or something in terms of, or like melee trophies in terms of like a lore reference for people interested. Excited to see the YouTube videos about what people have found in there. But yeah, let's try and round up some of these missing Waddle Dees, shall we? Since we know we can't find any of them in the post-game. Oh, that's a challenge I haven't done, isn't it? Yeah, that was locked earlier. Just didn't have the Volcano Fire ability upgrade yet. Oh, the Lantern Switch stage. Neat. So there must be like some way to get effectively endless, like the rare star stones. Like how else would you be able to actually upgrade literally every stage of every copy ability? Unless the game just forces you to choose. Alright, got that. It's another rare stone. We're probably getting close to being able to unlock another upgrade. Yeah, it's 3. There's another one over here. Chakram Cutter. Oh, this is the one with all the switches. I think I tried this one before. No, this is new. I was thinking of the one that had, like, all the, boxes. Like all the fenced-in areas that you had to throw a cutter into. This is different. There's a trick here. Oh, we need to throw it from the middle. Because they like... One of them will go to the left, one of them will go to the right. Or maybe we just need to keep throwing them through here. Yeah, that's it. Kind of overthinking that. Time's a ticking. Yeah, I totally wasn't expecting us to just randomly get hit with the final boss today. So I'm so glad that there's a post-game. We're gonna run out of time. Do it again. Every time you fail is an opportunity to do it better that next time. That's significantly better. Now that I actually know what you're supposed to do. Way faster. Got a whole minute and a half. I probably should still be thinking about what game I'm gonna play after this one, though, if we're at the point where we're doing post-game stuff. Heavily considering doing like an indie game or something next. Kind of a bit closer to the kind of stuff I wanted to do on my Twitch stream. I'm thinking about Super Lucky's Tale. That's like a really cool looking indie game that I haven't played yet. It's also like a indie 3D platformer. Came out relatively recently. Like I want to say like a year or two ago. That's currently what I'm leaning towards. For after this game. Where am I missing Waddle Dees from? I mean everywhere, but where am I missing the most? I guess I should just start from the beginning and just round up all the ones I'm missing. Okay, there's a wanted poster I just need to remove somewhere. I bet a lot of these will be pretty quick to round up all the stuff that I'm missing. If I was a missing poster, or if I was a one poster, where would I be? Probably not in the cave. I mean, no one's gonna look at a poster in a tunnel like this. So what, the big Chinchilla just, like, hired all of the, furry henchmen to do their thing? Like, canonically, we're, like, friendly with them now? Well, like, frenemy status, as, Kirby enemies tend to be. Like, we'll be friends until we get into a stage. Then you better watch out. I mean, to be fair, the same sort of setup actually exists in Mario games when you think about it. Like in Paper Mario, how there's like random Goombas are just like the townsfolk. It's just so weird. You just like talk to them and they're just like normal villagers. Just random townspeople. But if you encounter them on a stage or something, oh, then they're bad guys. You just like randomly befriend enemies. Oh, speaking of Paper Mario, that's another strong candidate. I mean, not Paper Mario itself, but well, maybe Paper Mario itself, but that indie game that came out recently, Bug Fables, which is like a spiritual successor to the Thousand Year Door that some indie team made. Strongly considering playing that one on stream too. Though I have a feeling that it's going to be a pretty long series though. Seems like they put a lot of stuff in that game, just from what I've seen. Where am I missing stuff? Oh, I'm just keeping an eye out for a wanted poster. Not over there. Probably want to keep the fire ability most of this stage, since I think this is the one where they introduced the lantern switches. And they're certainly giving you plenty of opportunities to pick up the fire ability if you lost it. Didn't put like a secret like compartment in these blocks, did they? Just had to check. They'd totally do that. Oh, that looks like a staircase. Another figurine. That would be insane if they made it so that you get something if you collect every single one of the figurines in the game. I'm like, surely they wouldn't do that. There's hundreds of them. But then again, I'm like, maybe. Finally, they built a light fixture that Kirby doesn't just knock over instantly when it comes in contact with it. Oh. I see where we're at. I'm assuming because the challenge for removing the wanted poster is the very last one, it's probably near the end of the level. I don't think they gave us the hammer ability yet, at this point in the game. I really want to see that upgrade for the hammer, though. That's, of all the abilities to give us, like, a 4th upgrade for, it makes sense that it'd be the hammer. One of the most iconic Kirby copy abilities. Mainly because of Smash, obviously, but... I think we're getting closer to it. Yeah, it's kind of surprising when you think about it that Nintendo didn't, or HAL Laboratories didn't make Kirby more powerful in Smash. Actually, I don't know if it was HAL Laboratories that developed Ultimate or not. I know they did Melee. I have to assume they had some part in Ultimate. Why do they just want me to build a staircase to nowhere here? I'm confused. That wanted poster's gotta be somewhere nearby. Oh, they want us to keep the staircase. That's why there's nothing here for the stairs. They wanted us to take the stairs with us. There's that wanted poster. Oh, of course I can't fly up there though. What? Where did the staircase come from? You know, I'm not gonna look up, get staircase in the mouth. Then just remove the wanted poster, we burn the wanted poster. It's like bonus points. How fast can I get up there? Go, 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 go. Oh, I'm not gonna get there in time. Wait, yes I could if I use the fire thing. Come on, go for it. Oh, we just missed it. So convenient for this fuse to just, you know, spontaneously reappear like that. Of course we'll go a lot faster this time. Worth it. So we should be able to get another upgrade, actually, before the end of the stream. I think. We have enough coins. Speaking of which, nice. So it's completely cleared now. Cool. So that stage. Okay, so whenever you get like the second ring around the star, that means you've 100 completed the stage. Nice. Aw, man. I'm tempted to literally just like 100% the game. I don't think it would take that long. I bet if I just took like an extra stream or two, we could probably round everything up in this game. Don't let him know I knocked his coffee over. Alright, so how much is... Wait. Ah, hammer. We need 1,200 and one more star. Huh. Looks like we got all the other upgrades, though. At least the ones we can get for now. Alright. Yeah, I definitely am gonna continue playing the post game at the very least. So I will be back. I'm gonna wrap the stream up here. But I will be back on Wednesday. We'll continue the post game for this game. Probably want to try and like I'm seriously thinking just like 100% the game, just because I don't think it would take that long to round the rest of the Waddle Dee up. So it might turn it into like 2 more streams or something. But yeah, hope you guys enjoyed the stream today. I'll be back at the same time on Wednesday. Thank you guys for watching, and have a good one.